Can you guys hear me now? Okay. Okay. Hello guys, my name is Stephen Golden. I'm here to bring you some Hearthstone here at the cave. Um, we're going to be having a 6-man best of 5 conquest round robin tournament where the top score takes winner takes all, the entire prize pool. And I'm going to show you guys the bracket that you guys are going to be watching. The first match is going to be Dementio versus DK, and then we're probably going to determine the rest as we go and make sure everybody gets screen time. So we're going to be starting the first match in like 2-3 minutes, so stay tuned. Thanks.
asked for it.
What is up, guys? This is game 1 of Dementio versus DK. The Warlock is Dementio and the Mage is DK. It looks like to be a Freeze Mage versus Zoo Warlock. Normally this is very favored for the Freeze Mage, so we're just gonna have to see what Dementio can do here to get out of this sticky situation he's in. Now, the turn 2 High Creeper versus the turn 2 Slime, I don't know as much. I probably would have actually gone with the Slime because it puts more pressure on the board immediately, and you don't have a Knife Juggler to really synergize with the Creeper anyways. The Freeze Mage's turn here is actually pretty tricky, but the Acolyte Pain is probably the best one because he has 1 attack minions, so it trades better. You get a chance to draw more, but Abusive Sergeant would be really good here for the Zoo. I think we're probably going to see the Zoo play. We're going to see the Zoo probably play Imp Gang Boss. So Power Overwhelming on the Acolyte Pain, that's a pretty good play if the Freeze Mage didn't have as much card draw, but Dementio doesn't know that. So denying the card draw isn't as impactful here. But I'd be surprised if we didn't see the Mage here go with the mana efficient play, which is which is the Blood Mage Thanos and Loot Hoarder, or even the Doomsayer. Probably the Doomsayer is decently strong here, except it leaves 2 1/1s, so probably not. Okay, Ping is fine too. I would have preferred him to get the Blood Mage Thanos out, since you don't exactly need the spell power in this matchup, because Zooey will usually tap himself into range. Most of the time you don't even need Alexstrasza. More often than not, Alexstrasza as a Freeze Mage player is used to heal yourself in bad situations. You usually don't have time to play it on your opponent, or don't need to against a Zoolock. And for people who don't know how Freeze Mage works, it's basically a deck which revolves around drawing a lot of cards and then setting their opponent's health with a 9 mana card called Alexstrasza, which is an 8/8 that reduces their opponent's health to 15. And then, as you can see, the Freeze Mage has a bunch of burn spells like Frostbolt, Fireball, Ice Lance to then just finish them off from 15 HP. And it basically draws a lot of cards and stalls out the game. Now, yeah, considering Dementio already had 6 power on board, I'm somewhat surprised to see that Doomsayer in this matchup, but it's basically like Healing Touch, 2 mana gain 7 life. Now, the Emperor Pharasian is usually the play you would see here on turn 6 as the Freeze Mage. It reduces all the mana of all your cards in your hand by 1. But another option is to go for the Arcane Intellect and Ice Barrier, because he needs to draw for like freeze effects like Frost Nova and Blizzard, and then get out that second Doomsayer. Using that Frostbolt there is questionable because it's basically the same thing as playing Ice Barrier, you're just denying 8 damage. And he doesn't really have any AoE effects in his hand to set up for. Yeah, this is really defensive from the Freeze Mage. Like, I really disagree with this because he's not trying to draw into answers. He's just delaying the inevitable. So so Dementio is actually looking pretty good here. The Zulok's plays are pretty straight up. I'd be very surprised if he ever plays a Zombie Chow this game, because he doesn't want to give 5 health to the Freeze Mage when he's trying to basically rush him down at this point. So that's basically a dead card in his hand. But besides that, Imp Gang Boss without Mage having Flame Strike is usually actually pretty tricky for the Freeze Mage to deal with, because every time it takes damage it spawns more minions, and I'm pretty sure those minions aren't frozen when, I might be wrong about this, they're frozen when they're spawned. Now that was a really good draw from the Freeze Mage. If he had played Emperor this turn, he would have the perfect mana to play Doomsayer or Blizzard, which would be insane. But this turn, he's going to need to wait to use the Blizzard probably until he can pair it up with the Doomsayer. I would probably Arcane Intellect here. Try to look for maybe a Frost Nova, and then Fireball, I guess. And just I don't like usually using burn like that in this matchup, because eventually you can just accumulate enough burn, and all you just have to is weather the storm, and when they tap themselves into oblivion at some point, due to all your AoE and clear effects, they just constantly need to refill the board, so they'll constantly be tapping. And so they'll just be at suddenly 18 HP, and then you can just, if you have an ice block set up, you can just like fireball them in the face, and then the next turn they're dead because zoos run no healing. Now that's a really solid draw from the Freeze Mage. I'm pretty surprised if he doesn't go for it. Go for at least a Blizzard this turn. Try to clear up some of this mess. He doesn't need to commit to the Doomsayer. He can wait a turn. But the Freeze Mage is actually in a more decent position than I thought. If you look at it, he's at 27 HP. He's at 9 mana. He's got card draw. He's got board clear, and Emperor in his hand. So he's in a really good position. But ooh, Dr. Boom is really strong versus Freeze Mage. But usually when they're at lower health, because if a Freeze Mage were to clear Dr. Boom and they were at low HP, like massive like AoE board clear, a Dr. Boom, basically the Boom bots would kill them through the Ice Block, because secrets are only activated on your own turn. They don't if you were to kill Boombot and hit your face and you're 1 HP, you die. That's why Dr. Boom is usually really strong versus Freeze Mage. So sometimes people like to save it. Ooh, Frost Nova. I would like instant Frost Nova Doomsayer here, no questions asked. Like, it's so much value, there's nothing left over. That to me is very questionable, but we'll see. Because he's not saving any burn, so I don't know how he's going to finish this game off. Alkshaw's is a very critical draw. But there's no point Alkshawing his opponent in the face and then just getting the Ice Block popped, especially when he doesn't have the second Ice Block in hand. So, like, I really stress that he needs to Frost Nova Doomsayer or Frost Nova or Blizzard Doomsayer this turn. Yeah. Yeah, somebody, he has no burn left. He's like, I don't, it's really hard to win at this point. Yep, Shots to the face is really strong play here because Zoo's really hard time dealing with an 8/8. Now, fortunately, Dementio has 2 Voidwalkers, now 3 Voidwalkers, and a Defender Vargas. And, oh, Big Game Hunter. Sorry, the cards are upside down for me, so it's a bit harder for me to see it. Oh my god, that is a huge top deck, as Admirable would say. Basically, yeah, Dementio just needs to flood the board, but at this point, it's really hard for Dementio to win, especially with this build of Zoolock. It's more swarmy, which means it's more vulnerable to AoE. If you were the more demon-oriented Warlock with Mal'Ganis and Void Callers, it would be a lot stronger versus Freeze Mage, because not only do you have Mal'Ganis, which makes you immune to all their burn effects, it also has much bigger and harder minions to clear for AoE. You need to more individually target them down, which requires burn. I would be very surprised to not... Yeah, there you go. Insanitis, Frost Nova, and next turn he gets lethal. There you go. This is just a desperate attempt, but it does prevent lethal. And this is when not having used the burn earlier is going to hurt him a lot. We're probably going to see a Blizzard here, and I would be surprised if he didn't pair it with the Acolyte of Pain. Yeah, that's really solid. To pop the egg, Blizzard. He can play the Loot Hoarder and Ping, which is more mana efficient, but I would probably like to see the Acolyte because it gives a potential for more draws. Which means you can pretty much guarantee another burn spell, because that'll be 3 draws total next turn. Oh my god, that is a card. That is a really good card. But I don't think it's not enough, because he still has Ice Block up. He can actually just play Healbot, Ping, and Acolyte, and he's fine. And he can clear the Nerubian. He won't even be able to pop block next turn. The Warlock won't even be able to pop block, so. Yep, that's pretty much GG at this point. I mean, he played in... This turn was played in the wrong order, but it doesn't really matter. He should have played the minions first and then played the Reliquary. That way he would get as a 5/5. But well played to the Freeze Mage. Now, DK's Mage will be locked out for now. Sorry, for next series I'll try to get the players' classes. The series I don't have them, so we're just gonna be pretty much at the mercy of what they play. I'm not gonna be able to speculate on what they may potentially play. Hunter versus Warlock. This is usually a massive favor for the Hunter. That is an interesting tech card from DK as a flare. It's pretty good at the moment because there's a lot of secrets in the meta. Secret Powie, Freeze Mage, well, every kind of mage runs secrets at this point, and hunters themselves. So now this is mid-range hunter, so it's less favored for the hunter usually, but still slightly favored for the hunter, especially versus the Swarmy Zoom lock. That makes them very vulnerable to Unleash the Hounds, which is a card that spawns 1 mana charges for each minion your opponent has on the board. So when you have a bunch of 1/1s, when your opponent has a bunch of 1/1s, it's really, really good, which this deck basically does. Now Dementia has a really good start here, like insanely solid. Void Walker is the second best 1-drop in the game against Hunter, with Zombie Chow being the first. Now for the Hunter here, he has actually quite a few options. Most people, I would maybe just go with the Animal Companion, but the Quick Shot, Leper Gnome is also a play, and the Hunt Creeper Coin Quick Shot is also a play. I think the Animal, or Coin Shredder, but I think the Animal Companion is probably really solid. Pretty much no matter, I mean, Misha is actually the worst result here, especially when the Warlock has Implosion. It just makes you vulnerable to an Implosion play. Silencing that Scientist is really important, especially since Dementio has no idea what kind of Warlock Hunter he's playing against right now. So so it could be explosive for all we know, so it's really strong go against it. So Mad Scientist basically pulls a secret from your deck, and one of the secrets is an explosive trap, so which is really strong against it. Now, if he knew he was playing mid-range, he may have saved the silence for something like a Savannah Highmane, because denying 2/2s is actually better than getting one of your 1/1s freezing trapped. But you just never know. At this point, it should be pretty apparent, the Pilot Shredder, that DK is playing mid-range Hunter. Or at least hybrid Hunter, which is a combination of Face Hunter and mid-range Hunter. I'd be very surprised at no coin Highmane, or at least double coin Animal Companion. He needs to get the most on the board as possible right now against that Sea Giant. Like, that was the best one. He needs to trade into the Sea Giant right here. As Hunter, you usually need to judge based on your hand what type of plays you need to do. If you would have kill commands on Unleash the Hounds, he would go face here 100%, because all the rest of his cards go face. But his hand says, I need to go for board control, so he should probably trade into the Sea Giant here. Yep, and that's what he's going to do. Now for the Zoolock here, I would try to get that Reliquary out as a 5/5. You need to get something big on the board here. So yeah, the Argus into the Reliquary seems really solid here. I think he wrote. Unleash the Hound is actually pretty weak here. It only spawns 4 charges, which can only clear one of the minions. So I think he just probably needs to coin high. I mean, just play up the high main here. I mean, he can try to go to for Leok and into Unleash. That's really strong as well. This is just, in my opinion, it's like a weak play. He's he's limiting the value he could have gotten from Unleash the Hounds, and he's not developing the high main, and he really needs to develop that high main to get the sheer value and out of it, and force his opponent to try to commit a lot to the board to deal with the high main, and then he prays into Unleash. So I'm very surprised he's taking so long to develop this high main. The Zulok plays have so far just been really straightforward. I would have liked to maybe. I mean, his positioning is fine. I may have put the egg in the middle, but probably making sure the Imp King boss and the egg are next to each other is probably the most important thing. But you usually want to Argus the egg, always, so putting it in the middle is probably a little stronger. And for the Hunter here, he just needs to develop that high main. That's like his only play. He needs to develop high main, and then play the Leper Gnome, and then probably kill the 2/2 with his bow, and then go face the Hound. Holding on to it isn't too bad, but the issue is on board he can clear the high main now completely. He can trade in the Reliquary, and then he can trade in the Imp King boss at the 2/2. But Paul probably, the Menchio probably won't go for that play. Here. I'd be very surprised if he didn't, Mortal Coil there, like a boss, but, ooh, Sea Giant. But yeah, he's probably going to play Abusive Sergeant here. And then he can actually double Abusive Sergeant and use the spare part, and he can kill the high main. And then he can trade an in-game boss and a 2/2. I mean, trading the Walker here is fine. It means you get to develop the Sea Giant, because I think the play I said you would have too many minions on the board to even develop the Sea Giant. So this is more of a tempo play over a value play. Tempo is when you sacrifice card advantage for bigger board presence. That's an easy way to explain tempo. And it's looking pretty hopeless here for the mid-range Hunter. He's just running out cards and dying to the Warlock Hero Power that basically just allows him to draw cards two cards every single turn, and that's why you can see a giant card disadvantage for the Hunter. Oh my god, I can use my mouse. I'm... But... Here's a Warlock player. Pretty sure I would Power Overwhelming the 1/1, kill the Misha. I guess not. Paul's gonna go for a different option. And yeah, that's actually lethal. Okay, so now the score is 1-1. So each players have 2 decks left. I don't know if any of the other series have finished yet. I would doubt it, but they started a little earlier than this series did. Okay, we're gonna go into the next game here. See what's up. Okay, DK is replaying his Hunter, and Dimencio is playing his Secret Power, it looks like. And that's a pretty heavy hand. I like that he kept the Challenger. This is a thing I personally do as well, even without coin. Just so important to draw that mysterious Challenger and play it on 6, that even like risking having a worse start is better than not drawing Challenger. Like, Challenger is so critical for the deck. And as you guys can see, Mysterious Challenger, he's a 6-mana 6/6 that puts one of each secret into your deck onto the battlefield. And Dimencio is basically just God drawing here. He just drew the best card of his deck, which is Shield Minibot. And he is about to go into Muster for battle into Shredder. This is an insane draw from the Secret Paladin. But the Hunter has Unleash here, so he's in pretty good position. I'm curious to see if he's going to play Unleash this turn. I would probably still go with the Animal Companion. Try to develop a little bit more. Actually, no. The Unleash and the Coin abuses are doing really good here, because even in the worst case secret, yes, which is Avenge, he can coin out the abusive and kill that one, the buffed one. The Unleash is actually really solid here. Gonna, yep, and pop the shield. Probably see Pilot Shredder here because it gives him more eventually more options down the line to be able to play Shieldybot plus Shieldbot plus something else, like maybe a Cog Hammer, another Muster for battle next turn to fill his 5 slot. Well, if he were to play the Minibot and Hero Power, he's forced to play the Shredder next turn. So. I'd be surprised to not see the trade here and then play the other creeper. I think developing the Mad Science as fast as possible was the correct play as well. I'm surprised at not developing the creeper. Looks like he wants to try to burn the Secret Power out here. But with the kill command and maybe drawing some other burn like Quick Shot, it might be possible, but he's already used one of his main forms of burn, which is Unleash, as board clear. So it's just a questionable play to me to not play the other creeper here. Sorry guys, I need to take a drink. It is Freezing Trap, which, as you can see, when your opponent's minion attacks into it, it gets returned to your opponent's hand at 2 additional mana cost. So it makes cards really hard to play after it gets Frozen Trap. That's why it's so strong, and it's also so strong because it always triggers, like Snake Trap, Explosive Trap, Bear Trap. They have conditions like they either need to attack the hunter itself or attack a hunter's minion, and so you can actually kind of guess what it is, and then you can always avoid playing into that trap. Freezing Trap, the only way you can really counter it is to have a good minion to run into Freezing Trap, so it puts a lot of control in the hunter's hands. Now, Dimension here gets a full Christmas tree, all 5 secrets, which are Noble Sacrifice, Repentance, Competitive Spirit, Avenge, and Redemption. And basically, from here, like most of the time, the game is just over. But we'll see, because especially with the turn 7 boom to follow it up, like just basically killing any of these creatures will trigger a ton of secrets that will buff and revive them, and it makes it hard for the opponent to attack. And even here you can see it reduces the health of the minion they played, the first minion they played, to 1. Like, pretty much, I think the play that DK is going for is to draw second kill command. But I not even that I think will be lethal. So Creeper, kill command, quick shot would work. No, it wouldn't. So that's still 8 damage. So there's no top decks here for DK to get out of this situation. Basically just waiting for this game to end. I don't see any situation for DK to get out of it. Which means DK is gonna have to play this Hunter again. And I'm curious what Dementio brought for his final deck. We haven't seen it yet. Yeah, it's best of 5, somebody. Because there's so few players who are making it best of 5. Like, the thing about these tournaments is we're going to try to do flexible formatting based on the number of attendance we have. If we have a whole bunch of people show up, the series is going to be a little bit shorter. That way we can get through the entire tournament. But since we have less people here, we're going to make the series longer. That way there's more content for you guys and more playtime for these guys. So it works out for everybody. Now it's gonna be Secret Pally versus Druid. Now, if Paul Dementio knows that that was Secret Pally, he should have kept that Big Game Hunter. Big Game Hunter for the Druid in this matchup is the most important card in the matchup. It's, in my opinion, more important than Wild Growth. It's more important than Innervate. It's more important than anything, because the most important thing to do is to Big Game Hunter that Mysterious Challenger when it gets avenged. That's really the only way Druid really has a way to come back from a Mysterious Challenger, is to Big Game Hunter it. But then again, Dementio doesn't know this is Secret Pally, and most people don't think that way. But just for you guys, that's how I feel about the matchup, and that it's important, if you think your opponent's Secret Pally, to keep that Big Game Hunter in your hand, because you only run 1, and the chances of you drawing it before turn 6 again is really low. And on top of that, even if they don't play Challenger, they're probably going to at least play Dr. Prone. The plays here are pretty straightforward. I was surprised at the Coin Wild Growth from Dementio here. It really doesn't do anything for him, besides maybe giving him a top deck for Shade. It probably would have been better to just not coin out the Wild Growth, and then see, it ended up in the same exact result as if he had not coined out, and now he would have a coin right now, so he'd be able to make a bigger play later on. As you can see, DK has a Mysterious Challenger here, so, and on top of that, he's ahead on board, so DK is really in a lead here. Now, the Druid Claw is normally pretty strong versus most mid-range and aggressive decks, but DK here is the perfect answer, especially with that Shredder being at 2 HP. Unless you Dimensional trades in the Shredder. Yeah, DK is going to run in the Shredder and then his own Shredder and then Consecrate. It's really solid play. He was thinking about playing the Owl here, but it's really questionable because he's either killing a true drop with the Owl, which is pretty good, but there's no real way he can kill the Shredder this turn, so it doesn't really benefit him right now to silence the Shredder. And yeah, see, the Consecrate here is really, really strong. Yeah, that explosive sheep is insane for Dementia here to get off the Shredder. And I'm sorry guys, I'm turning out. I have things going on in the background that you guys can't see, so occasionally I will not be paying attention to the screen. And I also apologize for solo casting right now. Both people I asked to cast with me due to school had to bail, which is no fault of their own. But normally this will be dual casted, so look forward to that. And the plays here are really straightforward. That was a really solid play from Dementio to know that there's redemption. Play the Azure Drake because the Azure Drake is already drawing a card, so it's already getting its value. It doesn't matter that's at 1 HP as much. While another card may not get that value. So to play the Azure Drake and then to kill off that 1/1 with the Living Rooms to make sure it couldn't trade in was pretty strong. I'm very shocked about this play from Dementio. I would have just played Boom and passed. There's very little reason to proc the secret here. Oh, okay, he's gonna full clear. Okay, he's just gonna swipe it. Which, this is good for Paul in this situation. Except it doesn't give him initiative, which is the most important thing is Druid. Initiative is when, the Paladin right now has initiative. They're making the plays and Dementio has to answer them. While what the most important thing for Druid is for them to be the one making the plays and their opponent to answer them. Because they don't have many answers. While a lot of and their stuff is really hard to answer for most classes. Probably see a Blessing of Kings and Abusive Sergeant this turn. Maybe even the Boombot as well. I mean the Owl on a Boombot as well. Yep, this is the right line of play. Ooh, that Loot Hoarder is really good. He needs that card draw right now. He needs to draw into bigger things. Like, the fact that it's a slightly weaker minion is way worth the draw from it. Like, silencing Boombot here is solid. There really isn't much to silence from Druid, but it's understandable why he's not going to silence it. This pet's potentially like an Ancient of War, which is a 5-mana 10/10, but if you silence it, it becomes a 7-mana 5/10. And when you silence it, it becomes a 7 mana 5/5. So that does nothing. And that top deck swipe was huge. This is a really strong play here, except it's about to get silenced for the 2 keepers of the Grove in Dimensio's hand here. So it's pretty weak. But if there were no keeper of the Grove, this would be a really strong play to be able to put Blessing of Kings on a Divine Shield minion. I'm slightly surprised that he didn't play the Blessing of Kings, but like at this point, I feel you have to go all in a bit and just hope there's no keeper of the Grove. He's in a hard. When you're behind the Hearthstone, you need to make risks because there's sometimes no other way you're gonna get you're gonna catch back up unless you make a risk, take a risk. I can see that but like there's like no way he wins if he has keeper. So he needs to go for the winning play, in my opinion, which is to just go all in. Like he's not winning a long game here. He hadn't seen lore yet. He hasn't seen any of the combo pieces. Like he needs to take the board now. And so I would be very surprised if he didn't Blessing of Kings here, kill the 5/5, and then play the Knife Juggler and Hero Power and play the Owl, because he should probably play the. Well, what he plays Owl on here is irrelevant because Dimension's already at 10 mana. But normally you want to play the Owl first on the Ancient Lore. That way you're not forced to Owl the Darnassus Aspirant. But this is a reasonable play as well. But Owl, as you can see, Dimensio's combo, which means the game is over. That's why I would have preferred him to go for a full clear. Okay, that's 3-1, so Dimentio wins. We're gonna get the next series set up, guys, so stay tuned. Thanks. We're gonna get the next series set up, guys, so stay tuned. Thanks. We're gonna get the next series set up, guys, so stay tuned. Thanks.
Job's done.
My hand is too full.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
We're gonna be rich.
My hand is too full.
The end is coming! The end is coming! My end! The end is coming! We hunger for vengeance. I'll show them. I'll show them all! Mind if I roll need?
What is up, everyone? We are back with another game. It's going to be Bio 10 versus Innovation, and yeah, we're ready to go. sorry about that. I actually needed to take care of something, but we're ready to go, and the game should be starting shortly. So, it looks like Innovation brought Druid, Warrior, and Mage, and Vioten brought Druid, Warrior, and Rogue. Now, so the difference here is the Mage and the Rogue. Now, as we can see, it's probably a tempo. It's a tempo mage because of that arcane blast. Oh, that's an interesting keep of the brawl. The second fire war axe, I'm not like when you're keeping 2 fire war axes, you don't expect your opponent to really build up a large board. So keeping the brawl is a questionable pick there. And then this is a control warrior from. Vioten. This is a control warrior, which is the really only true control deck in Hearthstone. Well, truly viable control deck. There's also control priest and a whole bunch of other control decks, but control warrior is really truly the only viable one. Now, with that extra shield salmon ham, that armor up makes more sense. Ooh, a Sable Ghoul. Okay, I'm personally a Control Warrior player. It's my favorite deck in the entire game. I've grinded more games of Control Warrior than anything else. So I love to see how people change their decks and those small little things. And Unsable Ghoul is a definite tech card against aggro. And the Double Pilot Shredder is really strong for the Tempo Mage. Polymorph is an interesting decision. And see, the Unstable Ghoul is coming in great effect here. The Mad Scientist pulled out a mirror entity, and now, which copies the minion your opponent plays. And the fact that he had a small minion like Unstable Ghoul is really, really strong, because mostly warriors, like, besides armors with an Acolyte, they usually have only Suds Belcher bigger. So, and running that into a mirror entity and giving your opponent a free Suds Belcher bigger is usually very painful. So the fact that Unstable Ghoul came in real handy there. But that Polymorph is an interesting tech decision. I recently put Big Game Hunter in my Tempo Mage deck because I feel that's the Tempo Mage needs that kind of removal at this point. There's just so many big things in the meta. There are Sea Giants, there are Mysterious Challengers, like Tyrion, like all this stuff that's really hard for the Tempo Mage to deal with. Hell, Savannah Highmane is one of the hardest things for a Tempo Mage to deal with. So Polymorph is an interesting decision. That is a very interesting play. I would have really liked him to kill the Joe Drake there. He really needs to remove that spell power, and the Flametongue Totem isn't good by itself. So usually I would usually you want to try to remove everything else off the board. So basically the Flame Tongue is useless. Like, just removing the Flame Tongue, the Azure Drake and the Shredder are still on the board. So it's a questionable play. And out of Bioten here, we see Reno Jackson, so I'm curious what 2-ups he's playing. We've always seen a 2-up Fire War Axe. In my Reno Jackson Control Warrior deck, play 2 Death Bites as well. So, but those are my only 2 2-ups. But he might be playing 2 Executes, 2 Shield Sams as well. That can be a decision a lot of people make, because those are such critical cards for Control Warrior. The ability to just remove a big minion for 1 mana is where Control Warrior gets a lot of its power. So, Okay, so he's running 2 executes, so I'm really curious to see what other 2 of he's running. Or if he's just saving the Reno Jackson. Now the Dr. Boom last turn was pretty standard, like Tempo Mage play on, or pretty much play on curve at this point. Here I will probably see Loatheb and Flamewaker, or Flamewaker double cane missile. Is that, oh, that's lethal, okay, yeah. So that is a win for innovation. Now, looking at this, the mage is out, so innovation could queue Druid and Warrior, and then what's left is Rogue and Warrior and Druid for Biotech. I would be, if I would here, I'd probably queue up the Druid as innovation, but okay, he's gonna queue up the Warrior. Both are pretty equal. Personally, I would like to try to match my Warrior against, like, guarantee my Warrior against his Rogue. So, I guess playing the Warrior first also does that because it gives you more chances. Basically, the Warrior versus Rogue matchup is really strong for the Warrior, like 90-10 in favor of Warrior. It's just so favored that, like, it's basically a free win for the Warrior if you manage to hit that matchup. So I can see his thinking here in playing the Warrior over the Druid. Now this is a Control Warrior mirror, so prepare for a pretty long game here. And usually, especially with Justica True Heart in the game, which makes the Warrior Hero Power gain 4 armor, this matchup will often go to Fatigue, and it's actually not, in most matchups you usually want to draw a lot, and this you actually don't want to draw, like, if at all. Like, you usually only want to draw 1 card off Acolyte, and then the cards off your shield blocks, and that's about it. A lot of times you'll see players slam for no draw, which is a 2 mana card that deals 2 damage, and when you draw a card, and when it doesn't kill the creature, it draws a card. Usually you'll see them try to use it and not draw with it, and actually kill the minion with it, because they don't want to draw. Because the more cards you draw in your deck, the closer you are to Fatigue, and the worse off you are the later this game goes. So it's very contradictory to traditional matchups, and it's my personal favorite matchup in the game. I love this, using the Fire War Axe twice on the Fierce Monkey, because you just, like, Fire War Axe doesn't get much value in this matchup, so just using it 1 for 1 is fine. Like, you just want to get maximum value out of cards. Ooh, Charade. That's an interesting card. Basically, Inspires a mechanic. When you use your hero power, it does this effect. So it's basically actually a 7 mana card where you get your hero power value and you add a random spell to your hand. So it's a very high value, high control card that we usually don't see in the current meta because it's so fast. Ragnaros as well. This is a very unconventional Control Warrior deck. I'd be very surprised if he plays that Charade here. This isn't a matchup about tempo, which that is a tempo play. You're not trying to get the maximum value out of it, you're just trying to get it on the board. You're giving your opponent now ability to remove it without it giving you a spell. But as we can see, it's actually kind of difficult for for this Nexus Champion to remove. The Dr. Boom is a play I definitely agree with, especially with a high value minion on the board like that. You don't want to lose it to Boom Bot, so it becomes a very awkward situation for your opponent usually. I'm also very curious to see that misdirection. I would probably try to save that and like kind of get your opponent with it on maybe a turn you're predicting them to hit you in the face with Grom. Like, there's no reason to play that there. This matchup isn't about spamming your, just using all your mana. It's about making the most cost-effective plays. And a lot of the times, that's actually just doing some, like using maybe 4 your mana, Death Bite, and then Hero Power. Like, you don't need to use all your mana in this matchup. You just need to get maximum value out of all your cards. So, because this game is going to fatigue, which means if you go 2 for 1 more often, and both of you draw 30 cards, then you're in the end gonna have more cards left over. And drawing and using your Death Bite on Armor Smith, your second charge of Death Bite, which can be used to kill Belchers, to kill Shield Maidens, these threats that you don't want to necessarily use Prime Removal on, like Shield Sam and Execute. Like, the second charge of Death Bite is usually done to do that. It actually puts your opponent in awkward positions by just keeping that second charge of Death Bite for a long time. And makes it so like they can't play like an Emperor Thracian or Shield Maiden or Sludge Belcher without them knowing that's just going to get removed easily. But it seems like innovation here, I mean, Biotin is going for way more tempo-oriented game style, which is kind of okay with Ragnaros. But then the contradiction is the Harrison Jones, which means he's going for a more longer game. I'm very interested to see if this works out for him, because he's drawn 3 more cards, and as you can look at by Innovation's hand, he's got more cards in his hand, which means Innovation has gotten a lot more value-wise, but Innovation has a lot less HP, so. Now this misdirection is really going to come to bite Innovation here if he's going for the play I think he is, where he's going to kill, and then run the Grom in. Yeah, that's game. Okay. It looks like Bioten's more aggressive style play came out on top this time. Usually it doesn't. But it's nice to see that the traditional just plan on going to fatigue, don't draw any cards, try to get Justicar True are out as fast as possible, just armor up as fast as possible type of gameplay isn't always the strongest one. So that was nice to see. Now that leaves Biotin with his Druid and his Rogue, and Innovation with his Druid and his Warrior. Now, the fact that the Warrior versus Rogue matchup hit, as I explained earlier, this is very unfavored matchup for the Rogue player if this is a traditional Oil or Raptor Rogue list. Actually, Raptor Rogue is banned due to the bug, so this can't be Raptor Rogue. Right now, there's a bug with Unearth Raptor, the new card, where it can cause your opponent's client to crash, or your own client to crash. And so, for fairity of everyone, I ban the card from the tournament until it's fixed. So this is either a Mill Rogue or probably a Mill Rogue, actually, looking at the cards in the Rogue's hand, which actually makes this a decent matchup for the Rogue player. Like, actually slightly favored in my opinion for the Rogue player, because the Rogue's plan is to go to fatigue, and it does it better than the Warrior. So for a second it looked like he eviscerated the face, so I just completely was shocked there. But the double heal bot tells me it's probably a fatigue Rogue. You usually don't see that in Oil Rogue. It's normal to see 1 heal bot, but not 2, because Oil Rogue is a lot more about tempo and getting on the board, and Healbot, a 5 mana for a 3/3 isn't very tempo based. It isn't a good tempo card. It's just a card to help you set up for a kill combo. There we go. The Death Void, definitely a fatigue deck. This is definitely Fatigue Rogue, a Mill Rogue, which relies on Cold Light Oracles and the reusing of them through Shadow Steps and Gang Up to constantly draw your opponent's cards, and then they don't draw as much as your opponent. And on top of that, Gang Up is a 2-mana card that adds 3 copies of a minion into your deck, so it increases your deck size. So it makes it so your deck is larger, and since you're both drawing cards due to the Cold Light Oracle, which draws both players 2 cards, it puts both players in a fatigue position, but it puts the Rogue in a way better spot, and then all they try to do is survive with cards like Death Lords and Healbots. And the reason why this is so slightly favored for the Rogue player is because the main weakness of Mill Rogue is pressure, early pressure, because they don't have mana to do all these fancy combos against early cards, and then if they play Cold Light Oracle to try to find their answers against these early threats, they die. They refill the hands of the more aggressive decks. Yep, and to bash here, see what you get, and then that is a very excellent card to get, especially since it clears off the Blood Mage Thanos. I'd be surprised if he plays anything else here. The Mill Rogue is an awkward position. As I explained, the Cold Light Oracle is the key card of this deck. So one of the main issues for the Mill Rogue is that they just don't draw it. It is so hard. If they can't win if they don't draw the card, because it's basically the entire core of their deck. And as you can see, the new card Brand Bronzebeard, which doubles a battle cry when it's played, is really strong in this deck because it can make your opponent draw 4 cards off Cold Light Oracle, or it can make Healbot heal you for 16, or it can make. Those are the 2 primary uses. I'm thinking there's an other, but it's a really strong card in Mill Rogue. But here it didn't get much value. He didn't get the full 16 heal, and on top of that, it's not even really it's challenging the board, but only on the board. Like, Control has so many answers to this. Now I'm surprised to see him trading in the Baron getting into the Healbot like that. Okay, he wants. Okay, he's going for something. He's going for something cheeky here. He's trying to steal the Brand Bronzebeard. Well played. Okay. He doesn't really have any Battlecry's effects to use with it, besides Jessica Trueheart. But Jessica Trueheart being used twice doesn't really do anything. Like, it doesn't make your hero power give you 8 armor or anything. It just does the animation twice. It really doesn't do anything. So he's just going for something cheeky. He thinks maybe he's won this game already. And usually, I'm surprised. I would be trying to finish this game as soon as possible before give the Mill Rogue less chances to draw. To draw into Cold Light Oracle, because as you can see, he'll be able to play Cold Light Oracle here and then gang it up and add more to his deck. And you see, Death Lords are pulling more cards out of his deck. So if you look at the card count, Actually, interestingly enough, the warrior has drawn less cards than the mill rogue. I really disagree with the heal bot here. I honestly think the play is the pass. Just diagram in the face and pass. Try to get a big vanish off later. You just need to hope for Cold Light Oracle, and then you vanish, and then you Cold Light Oracle, and then you give your opponent all the cards back in their hand, and then you draw them more cards. So when an opponent reaches more than 10 cards, any cards that are extra are just removed. Yeah, this is definitely the play, is to just pass. Like, the heal bot is doing nothing here. Now, as the warrior, I think it's important to just end the game as soon as possible. Like, just playing Harrison actually fine. I would be surprised if he did, though. Ysera is probably the best play, because it can give you cards like Ysera Awakens or Nightmare that give you more damage and can help you finish off the game a lot faster. And Dream isn't too bad in this matchup, because you can just like Dream his Armor's Breath, get rid of it if he needs to get rid of cards. But hopefully he draws Cold Light here. This will be a very uninteresting game if he doesn't draw Cold Light. Okay. This is... yeah, the prep vanish. And I'm pretty sure the warrior is gonna mill one card here. The next card he draws. Oh no, I was wrong. I can't see the card count clearly for the innovation. By the way, that innovation is named after the actual StarCraft player Innovation. He's a huge StarCraft fan, so that's pretty cool. Biotin, I don't know where that's from. And for those who don't know who Innovation here is, he actually just competed in BlizzCon. He unfortunately got knocked out, I think, in the round of 8 or 16 for StarCraft BlizzCon, and he was actually the favorite to win the entire event. So it was very surprising that he lost at BlizzCon. This is a pretty boring game. Oh, there we go. There's the magic. Let's go. Cold Light Oracle, gang up. That has to happen. He needs more of those cards. Oh man, that's so good. You have to just play it again. You got plenty of those. Just burn more cards. Yeah, prep vanish. It removes all the cards that are on the board because he already has 10 cards in his hand, so he can't put more, so those creatures are just destroyed. And this is why I said the warrior needs to try to win this game as fast as possible, because this can happen. Him doing all that cheeky stuff actually may cost him the game here, which would be very disappointing. And see, even playing this Harrison Jones, it draws him another card. Like, it's so incredibly awkward for the warrior when the rogue draws a Cold Light Oracle. They have all these tons of clunky, high mana cost cards that they can't just dump out, and most of them are situational, like Execute and Shield Sam. You need opponents that have a minion on the board to play them. What if your opponent doesn't have a minion on the board? then you're forced to play 1 to 2 cards at a time. And then the Coldlight Oracles just keep burning your cards. Like, this is, I love to see this. This is awesome. Just constantly milling, burning cards. I'd be surprised if he plays the other one. I'm pretty sure that he put. Oh no, okay, he's got 1 left in his deck still. But yeah, sapping there I think is the correct play. I actually would have preferred to see him sap first, because he wants his opponent to have the clunky Harrison Jones in his hand, which would draw him more cards and put him more in fatigue rather than some other random card. But so you guys know what happens when you run out cards in your deck. Every single time you were to draw a card, instead you take 1 damage, and then the next time you take 2 damage, and the next time you take 3 damage, and so it just keeps increasing until the game is eventually over. And the Mill Rogue will just be able to constantly draw you cards in that fatigue state, and you'll just constantly take more damage. It is, as you're about to see, like, incredibly powerful when it works.
I'm out of cards. My hand is too full.
Now, the Warrior really doesn't have much hope, especially after burning Grom and Alexstrasza. Those are usually your win conditions in this matchup. You just want to, hopefully you draw Grom, Alexstrasza, and an activator for Grom. Just Alexstrasza them on 9. Hopefully they don't have heal bot, and then you just Grom them in the face. Or you just out pressure them out, or they don't draw Coldlight Oracle, which is what happened this game. But due to some cheeky plays by Innovation here, he may lose the game. Trying to steal that Rand Bronzebeard really wasn't worth it. He probably should have just played the Sylvanas and tried to clear the Rand Bronzebeard that turn. And just continually push damage. If I were the Warrior here, I mean, you really don't have any options. I mean, all your cards are situational. Like, Ysera Awakened Jet clears the board, but it doesn't develop anything. And you know there's another Coldlight in hand. You know there's another gang up still. Like, oh no! Don't do more cheeky stuff, guys. I know it's a game. Okay, he's gonna put 3 Yseras in his deck, which really doesn't help him anyway. He's never gonna have time to play them, but I guess it's fun. The correct and traditional play would have been to getting up another Coldlight Oracle, and he actually probably had lethal here, maybe very close to lethal, with putting 3 more Coldlight Oracles in his deck. But at this point, the Rogue has the game already sealed in the bag, so having some fun is all good. The Warrior's out of win conditions at this point. He has pretty much all spells on a big game hunter. Actually, there might be some hope here for the Warrior. He can play the Ysera and hopefully get another damage card, like preferably Nightmare. And if there's any way he'll have lethal, that will be no. It'll still be 14 damage. So there's honestly no hope, especially with the heal bot in hand. Rogue, the warrior thing is about to take 8, which means which means next turn he's dead, most likely. Because playing shield block will just put him further in fatigue, so all he has is his hero power. So I should put him out of range. Yeah, we're basically just waiting for this game to finish up. Zach lethal, perfect Reno. Okay, so what's left is what's left for Bioten is his druid, and what's left for innovation is his druid and his warrior. So it's either a mirror matchup or a disfavored matchup for innovation. It did not look like a good position here. Druid versus warrior. Druid is traditionally very favored. This is because Druid is a lot sticky, hard to deal with minions, and then it finishes you off with Force of Nature Savage or the turn 9 combo, which does 14 damage from hand, and plus any additional damage you gain from Savage or giving every single minion on your side of the board 2 damage. So, and just being able to burst out a warrior with only having a few minions on the board is very hard for the warrior to deal with. The warrior has a lot life gain, but when you're doing upwards of 25, sometimes even 30 damage, it's very hard to out life gain that without a really good start. This is very interesting. This is something Crimzig did, the winner of the Fireside Invitational, where when his opponent warrior, when he was playing Druid, had like a weapon that could easily deal with his minion, he would just rather not play the minion and wait to play it later, which is actually a very good play. Now, this Keeper of the Grove here wasn't. Silencing that armor smith isn't really worth it. I much would have preferred to see the Shredder. And just developing that Despite was 100% correct than worrying about you're missing an armor up. You're facing versus Druid, a tempo deck, so you yourself as a warrior need to get up on tempo to get an advantage. And as we can see by the knife jugglers in Bioten's hand, he is most likely a aggressive Druid, which means he's running cards like that, Fell Weaver. And Fell Weaver is a very interesting card. Whenever your opponent plays a card, remove 3 cards from the top of your deck. It's a 5-mana 8/8, so at the cost of these increased stats, you're giving up cards in your deck. Now, for most people probably wondering, why would someone play a card like this? It's because most likely the Druid isn't going to draw every single card in their deck before the game is over, which means that he can pretend any cards that are burned from Fellweaver were just at the bottom of his deck and he wouldn't draw them. But this makes this Druid deck potentially very weak to cards like Execute, as we can see in the Innovation's hand there. Now this is definitely an awesome play, and he definitely prayed to RNGesus today for that, those glorious struggle rolls. Here's the bracket, guys. I saw someone wants it. Yeah, he's basically forced to play the Fall Weaver here, and he knows his opponent may have an answer, but like, there's no other play. He has to just hope there is no answer. The other matches from the previous rounds haven't been updated yet, just because I know one of them is finished, but the other is still going on, and this one is still going on. We'll update it as time goes on. Conrad should be up next, Mac. Now, I definitely actually see the Druid winning this game. He's that Shredder was an excellent draw, and now he has turn 9 combo in hand, and this is a very like sticky board, like, and his opponent is already less than 14. Combo out of hand is 14 damage, and so with his ooze, it would be 17 damage from hand. So he has lethal. Bioten has lethal. So well played to Bioten. That means Bioten wins 3-1 over Innovation. Very well played by Bioten. I really like to see him play. I like to see that he played Control Warrior differently, Control Warrior versus Control Warrior differently than I did, and he got really unfortunate draws in the Mill Road game, but thankfully for him, the Warrior didn't try to rush him down, so he was eventually able to draw into that Cold Light Oracle and win that game. That could have been very disastrous if the Mill Rogue would have ran into the Druid, because the Mill Rogue versus Druid matchup is catastrophically bad for the Mill Rogue. Anyways, we're going to set up the next game. Thank you guys for watching, and see you in a bit.
Let the hunt begin. Victory or death! Well fought. I concede. I will crush you. Well played, son.
What is up, guys? We are back, and this time it is going to be DK versus Conrad. And so right now they're getting ready. In a second, I'll motion them to start. Guys, you can start. Okay. Let's get this started. Some good old Hearthstone. It's gonna be Paladin, Druid, and Warlock for Conrad. And it's going to be Paladin, Mage, and Hunter for DK. Just gonna fix the names real quick. My bad, guys. Now, Paladin versus Hunter. Usually, if this is when it's mid-range Hunter versus Paladin, I'm just a little shocked by the Ruby Egg, but when it's mid-range Hunter versus Paladin, it's usually greatly in favor of the Paladin. But when it's base Hunter versus Paladin, the face Hunter is usually greatly favored, like incredibly favored, because like they'll just be able to get the secret power down so low that it doesn't matter when they play turn 6 Mysterious Challenger, they'll just be able to burn them out. Like by turn 6, you're almost dead versus a face Hunter usually, and if not, you've already won the game. So face Hunter is really strong, but this seems like this is a more mid-range Hunter, so definitely more favored towards the Paladin. The double Consecrate and the Nubian Egg are very untraditional for Secret Power. Usually you only run one Consecrate, and you usually don't run Nubian Egg because the deck naturally doesn't have many ways to activate it. The one logical reason I can see you playing it is Secret Power is sometimes very vulnerable to AoE. This makes it less vulnerable to AoE. DK with the double flare. The difference between, like, flare is so broken versus secret power, especially after Mysterious Challenger. The flare is a card that when played, it's 2 mana, draw a card, remove all self, and destroy all enemy secrets. So when an opponent plays Mysterious Challenger and gets like 4 or 5 secrets, and your opponent just plays Flare and kills literally 4 to 5 cards for 2 mana, it's catastrophically bad for the secret power, and usually just game winning. Now, if the secret power is in a good position, it's not as bad, but it's still really, really bad if your Mysterious Challenger gets flared. It's probably the biggest counter against secret power as a Hunter player. So it's very interesting to see the double flare and how it's going to affect this game. And DK's going to have a very good turn with the Loatheb and Flare play. Like, I definitely do not see Conrad pulling out of this. Well, not pulling out, but like favored in this situation. Keeper of Ornament. Okay, that explains the Rubian eggs. You can make the Rubian egg into a 3/3 and then trade it. That is very creative from Conrad. Yeah, we're definitely going to see the Keeper of Ornament on the Nerubian Egg. Yep, I like this. Just going for the face. Smork time. You got 4 damage for 8 mana. It's an insane amount of burn for his Powie. Absolutely insane amount of burn for his Powie. And the Hunter is going to have actually a very hard time dealing with it. So it looks like the Flare really isn't going to impact the outcome of this game as much. Like, he's going to have to use a lot of resources here to remove this. And by popping the... Okay, I like this. I really like not popping his Savannah Highmane. That way he's less weak to a card like Consecrate, which deals 2 damage to all minions on the opponent's side of the board. It's the Paladin's board clear, pretty much. But easily a Blessing, a King's Draw could seal out this game. Okay, so he's gonna pop the Creeper and then double Consecrate. Okay, I like this. Actually, not as much because he didn't need to pop the Creeper with his Nerubian Egg. So he essentially missed out on 3 damage, which could put. It's probably not likely, but it could potentially lose him the game because he would have lethal here. So that was definitely a misplay by the Paladin player. And that's also a misplay because you usually want the same kind of minions next to each other, because that way, if you were to be playing Defender of Argus, it gives you more options of what to taunt. But it looks like there's really no way, unless DK draws a second Unleash here, for DK to come out of this. Possibly DK is an Explosive Trap. Let's see. Let's see what that is. Okay, no, it's freezing. He's just bluffing, hoping. Okay, no. Okay, so Conrad is up 1-0. This leaves Conrad with Druid and Warlock, and then DK has Paladin. Still has his Hunter. He has his Paladin and a Mage left. Now, from what I remember, DK that's a Secret Powie and a Tempo Mage, and then he has Min-Range Hunter still left. Druid versus Paladin, and this is definitely a Secret Paladin, because we saw it earlier from DK. This is usually a very favorite matchup for the Secret Powie, but this hand out of Conrad is fantastic. Paladin is one of the classes that has a really hard time dealing with Darnassus Aspirant, and so this gives a Druid early board pressure and wild growth at the same time. So, as Conrad's probably going to do here is he's going to play the Piloted Shredder, and then he's going to trade in his Darnassus Aspirant, making use of that additional mana, and then getting the value out of the 2/3 minion. And on top of that, as I mentioned earlier, Conrad has the Big Game Hunter in hand. This is one of the most important cards in the matchup, because it can deal with Dr. Boom and Mysterious Challenger, which are usually huge issues for Druid. The Wild Growth and Hero Power is a good play, and so is Innervate Belcher. The two plays there for the Druid are debatable. Saving the Innervate is definitely viable. I love hitting the face there, because there's no way to deny all the minions on the board, so here you weren't able to completely deny kings. Looks like we're gonna have to see Conrad have to Innervate Hero Power that 5-1 down this turn, because leaving that 5-1 down when he's about to play a Belcher is really bad, because they'll just kill the Belcher. Second Innervate draw, that is so bad when you're low on cards. This is the cons of Innervate. When people look at Innervate and say, oh, this card's broken, these are the situations when it's not. It's actually a detriment, is when you're low on cards and you don't need the extra mana. The Lothab is a very solid play here. Just play on curve. And just play most mana efficiently is what I mean when I say play on curve. He's just playing his 5 mana minion on turn 5, following his mana curve. And it trades favorably with a Belcher. So. I kind of like that hit from the Light Justice into the Ooze, because it lets him do it again next turn and not have to attack a minion into it. And you have Tyrion coming up, so you know you have a weapon coming up soon here. But Conrad is actually also a very phenomenal position. As you can see, that's a redemption, or he based on how he's attacked, he knows that's either redemption or revenge. And so what he's basically doing with top minions like Belcher on the board, he's saying, you need to attack into me, I'm not going to attack into you. And since secrets are only on your, or only proccable on your opponent's turn, then if the secret power is always doing the trading, that is what we like to call the top deck. That was the perfect card for Conrad to draw. Absolutely perfect. And just swiping that Flame Tongue Totem, I'm pretty sure it makes sure the Flame Tongue Totem is what gets redemption, and I'm pretty sure the 4 damage occurs before. Whoa, okay, there we go. I would have liked to see him, attack with the Shade first, because you see the Shade's not green anymore, so it's dead. That's how you know Boombot. You can kind of predict it. Okay, so I was wrong. The Lothab was redeemed, so the 1 damage occurs at the same time as the 4 damage from the swipe. So that's good for you guys to know. Now this Keeper of the Grove on the Tyrion is perfect. This is disgusting. Absolutely perfect answer. I'd be very surprised. Okay, so he's just gonna clear off the Tyrion and go for the face. That's a bit awkward. He would like to see a Shredder, potentially, or Swipe would have been lethal. I'd be surprised, honestly, if he doesn't go face here. Or okay, Hero Power trade. Yep, okay, I like going face. Yeah. Just sending the Paladin in 2. You know it's Secret Power. They don't run a heal. A lot of draws, just kill them. Conrad is now one of the Druid and the Paladin, which leaves him just with Warlock left. DK is going to have to 3-0 his Warlock, and based on his lineup, I think that's going to be pretty hard. If I were to open up with DK has Secret Power, Tempo Mage, and Midrange Hunter. If I were in this position, I'd open up with the Paladin. This is most likely to win. Okay. There is argument to play the hardest matchup first, because you're gonna have to play all three at some point anyways, but I like to play the easiest matchups first, get your confidence back up, and then play the harder matchups. Because after going 0-2, you're not feeling very great, so it's better to play the easier matchup. I would really like to see the juggler here, because it trades favorably. And if that's pretty sure there's noble sacrifice. Oh, that's avenge. Okay, so this does make him weak to abusive sergeant. Void Terror is an interesting card. You usually don't see it in Zulux anymore. With the new cards from the Death Peddler from New Explorers, usually there isn't room for it anymore in Zoo. So I'm curious how his deck has been built to accommodate the Void Terror, because it's not just something you can throw into your deck. You actually have to somewhat build a deck for it. That Imp Gang boss is a fantastic draw. That's probably, in my opinion, the best draw in his deck. But he's going to go to something else. Okay, another play he can do is he can... You definitely want to attack the Void Walker into the mini-bot, pop the shield, because at this point you know it's not noble sacrifice, I'm pretty sure. And so at this point you're trying to... You think it's a avenge or redemption, and what you don't want is for that avenge to hit the mini bot when it has a shield on, because then you would just lost the Void Walker. Playing the Void Terror is interesting. It will directly trade with the mini bot, but Blessing of Kings in DK's hand will definitely be really useful there. And without Implosion, Warlock doesn't have much ways to deal with a 4 health minion, and then they need to roll lucky on the Implosion. Implosion is a 4 mana card that deals 2 to 4 damage, and for each damage it does, it spawns a 1/1 Imp. So when it rolls 2, it's a very bad card, but when it rolls 4, it's absolutely insane. Argent Squire, this is a very non-traditional blue list. Harlan's in a pretty tricky position here. I think killing the 1/1 or popping the shield, I would probably kill the 1/1, maybe, and then playing the Haunted Creeper and the Ardent Squire is probably the most solid play. Is he gonna coin out the? Yeah, tapping is definitely better there. And he's going to coin out the Ardent Squire? Awesome. Okay, yeah, he needs to get as much on the board as possible here. Now, let's say Kings is an interesting play here, because Warlocks run cards like Power Overwhelming, which can empower a huge small minion to kill something big. And since if you would just play Blessing of Kings, there's nothing really here to get value off of from the Blessing of Kings. There's nothing efficient to trade into for the Paladin. All these are sticky or low minions. So if the Warlock were to drop Power Overwhelming, then the Blessing of Kings doesn't get much value, that can actually be a problem for the Paladin. But more often than not, you're probably going to see the Blessing of Kings here. It's just something to consider. He hasn't seen Power Overwhelming yet, so it's something to play around. Potentially. But this is the much more mana efficient play and usually more stronger. I really like going for the face here. All these minions have you can't really finish them off. And the more you attack into a Warlock, the less taps they get, so the less you're basically denying them cards. by attacking their face. So smorking a Warlock is actually a control play, technically. Sometimes. But this is a very, very good turnaround for the Warlock player here. Like, Mysterious Challenger is a very strong card, but when you have all these weenie minions on the board, it becomes not nearly as strong. Now let's see how the secrets roll here. Like what does the Avenge hit on? Okay. That was probably the better of the two targets for it to hit. Because now he can trade in a 1-1. But either way, it would have been fine. He would have been cleared the board here. With the use of Power Overwhelming. The question is, he knows there's a Repentance, so does he play the Doomguard anyways? I would probably say yes. Just get that 5 damage in. But another play is to tap and play the Void Terror and save the Doomguard. Yep, attack with the Creeper, play the Void Terror, tap. Probably should tap first. Gotta love that snap play Sea Giant. Looks like he's gonna be a race here. It's so inefficient for the Paladin to deal these minions that he just needs to start going for the face, and for the Warlock to deal with the Paladin's minions, and it's so inefficient for the Warlock to deal with the 8/8 that he needs to go face as well. He needs to trade the Sea Giant here. These turns are basically playing themselves out. Both players don't have any cards, so there really isn't many decisions. It's almost a top deck war here. But I would say the Paladin is definitely favored right now, just because of the Warlock's low HP, but the Warlock is not out of this at all. Okay, so he's trading. I'm very surprised by this. I would have really liked to see him just hit the face, and he could have set the Warlock to 2, making him not able to tap, and put him in lethal range of Consecrate, 2 Silver Champion, all sorts of stuff. He would have been able to die to. And by putting the Warlock to 2, they can no longer tap. Oh, that is definitely one of the worst cards to draw in Conrad's deck. It is actually the worst. Because Doomguard, Battlecry, charge, discard 2 random cards from your hand. So you're getting a huge, powerful charge minion for cheap cost. The cost of 2 cards in your hand. And the reason why there's a worse draw in his deck is because he now discards the other Doomguard, which you never want to do because it's such a powerful card. It's one of the main powerhouses of Zoo. Warlock. This game is pretty much over for the Paladin. For the Warlock at this point. But it's cool, we get to see a longer series. He can go for a Doomsayer, potentially. Yeah, so this leaves DK with Mage and Hunter. I would probably queue the Mage here. It is definitely a little bit more favored than his It also seems to be very slow mid-range hunter. And as you can see, he just queues up the mage, and he has a flame strike. Oh, it's actually freeze mage. My bad. I thought he was playing tempo mage. Okay, then this is a very favored matchup for the freeze mage, if not more, definitely more favored than the last one was. So this is definitely not over. This series has a lot of life to it. I really like to point out the scientists here, contest the flame amp. I really don't like pointing out the loot hoarder. Here it actually works out very, very well, because otherwise it would have been traded in the creeper if he played on 2. But the reason for that is, okay, that is definitely a mistake. You want to, oh no, never mind, it wasn't a mistake. But usually you want to play the scientist first, because you don't want to draw into your secrets. You want the secrets to pull them out, and then you want to draw. So by playing the loot hoarder first, he technically gave him a chance to draw a secret in his hand instead of having it pulled out by the scientist. So it's those small things that don't seem like they make that much of a difference that can actually win or lose you the game, potentially. Because, like, drawing a secret in this matchup, but especially, can be very bad. Because you usually don't have the mana to play 3 mana on a secret, due to the amount of pressure you're under by the zoo. And the reason why he's playing the secret here first is to guarantee the other secret. Freeze mages only play 2 secrets: Ice Block and Ice Barrier. Ice Barrier gains them 8 health when they get attacked, and Ice Block makes it so when they were to have died, they don't, basically. They have another turn to live at the health that they were at when they took that fatal damage. I think Frostbolting there is fine. He needs to start mitigating damage. This is a lot of damage to be taking, and he's got a long way to go before he can really start to clear it off. I'd probably like to see him ping the creeper. Okay, this is fine. It sets up for Blizzard, kinda, but it but he wants to start being able to get that creeper dead so he can flame strike it later, the 2/1/1s that pop out of it. Frostnova Doomsayer, I think, is, even though it leaves 2/1/1s on the board, yeah, I think it's still the easy play. He can try to be a little bit greedy with it, wait a turn, because he doesn't really have a play here. So yeah, he can wait a turn if he wants. He doesn't have a play next turn, so you can try to get more value out of it, potentially. Zoo, besides a 1 of Ironbeak Owl, which not every single zoo even runs, doesn't really have an answer to Frostnova Doomsayer. Which Doomsayer is a card that at the start of your turn, destroy all minions. It's basically a full Wrath of God style board clear. And what Frostnova Doomsayer, this is one of the coolest combos in the game, is it makes it so your opponent can't kill it before it's your turn again by freezing all their minions. And on top of that, it gives you initiative, because if the Zulok here were to play any minions, they just die next turn. So you're probably just going to see a tap here out of the Zulok. There's going to be a simple ping pass for the Freeze Mage here, just delaying the game as much as possible. The Zulok here is getting a lot of clunky cards. Like Sea Giant is sometimes very hard to get out in this matchup, but the Mage just keeps on having all the clear. And he's going to have it again here with this Flame Strike. And these Sea Giants are going to be stranded at by being very expensive cost. Yeah, I definitely like that even before tapping, because you like both those cards are very bad in this matchup. Implosion, like the freeze mage doesn't play many minions, so it's really hard to get off the implosion in the first place. And then the sea giant it's stranded, it's useless. So discarding both of them is fine. By the way, sea giant costs 1 less for each other minion on the battlefield. So when you just have nothing on the board, it's a really expensive card. That's what I mean by stranded. Definitely, you need to tap. And I was playing this earlier. See, the Zoolock has to keep tapping to continue put minions on the board. And this is why you don't really need Alcatraz to win this matchup, because they're basically putting themselves at 15 for you. All you need to do is live until you have the burn to finish them off. The freeze mage here, though, is getting pretty low. Despite all the freeze in his hand, if Conrad can weather this literal storm, then Conrad might be able to pop the block if DK doesn't draw the burn he needs, or the other block in time, or more card draw. I would be very surprised though to not see Antonius Frost Nova. It's easily the strongest play. But we may see a if Conrad hits at least a 3 on this implosion, he'll be able to remove the Antonius, which is so it's in his favor for this to happen. Because 2 out of 3 outcomes of implosion work out for him. So let's see how this goes. Oh, okay, that's game. Rip Areno for Conrad. Antonius. It's a card whenever you cast a spell, add a fireball to your hand, and fireball is 4 mana, deals 6 damage. So basically, next turn, the freeze mage here will be able to play a fireball at the warlock's face and then blizzard and prevent him from attacking, basically again, and popping his block. And then he'll still have 2 fireballs in hand. One from the first fireball being played and another from the blizzard being played. So, and that first fireball puts the warlock at 13, which is in range of double fireball ping, which is the hero power of the mage. Now, I don't think there's really any way out of this for Conrad here. He might be able to draw Lothar, but delay the inevitable for a turn. He's not tapping there because he's just hoping. I mean, he knows he's dead because he knows he has at least 2 fireballs in hand, but in case he just didn't have the burn, that's why he didn't tap there. But the game is over. Okay, so that leaves both players with a single deck left. It is 2-2. DK has brought back the series. Conrad has his Warlock and DK has his Hunter. I'm pretty sure we saw DK versus another Zoolock earlier versus Dementio, and that did not turn out too well for him. Yeah. Especially with the double flare in his deck. That spending 2 mana to draw a card versus Zoo as a Hunter, which is Zoo versus Hunter is a very tempo-based matchup. It's not very good. So hopefully for DK doesn't draw the flares, and hopefully Conrad it does. Conrad here is a fantastic hand. I would be surprised that he keeps the power overwhelming because he doesn't have any sticky minions to use with it. This is amazing hand. You got the best opener in the game in Zoo, which is Void Caller, Coin Flame Imp, and then you got the Dark Peddler to follow it up. Pretty much the new hotness of Zoo. Battlecry Discover, a 1-cost card. Discover is a new mechanic from the Explorers that makes it so you get 3 cards shown to you that are 1 cost, and you pick one of them to add to your hand. And there's many Discover cards added to the game, and it's, in my opinion, one of the coolest mechanics in the game. If this is the direction they're going with RNG, I'm very excited because it's controllable randomness. I am very shocked at that play. I really feel he should have played the juggler there. I know that it would have just died to the Flame Imp, but he needs to just get stuff on the board. He doesn't have Unleash in hand. I mean, that's probably what he's going for. The Hunter's hoping to draw into Unleash for the turn 5. Knife Juggler Unleash the Hounds, which for each Hound that gets summoned from Unleash the Hounds, it summons it juggles a minion, a knife. So it's really good at board clearing, especially versus Zoo, which has very low health minions. So, but he's almost playing this like a Face Hunter would. Like it's fine for a Face Hunter to try to maximize their hero power a bit because they usually run explosive traps and you can try to bait your opponents from running into them. But he has nothing here to do this. You're probably going to see Knife Juggler Owl on the Nerubian Egg here, and hopefully he juggles the 2-1, but this is getting dire for the Hunter here. Even though they're at equal life totals, you can tell the board is totally massively in the favor of the Warlock. Yeah, I like trading there. Makes you less vulnerable to Unleash, which is one of the only ways you lose at this point. We're probably going to see Conrad tap here. Okay, he's just going to play out the big game Hunter, which is fine. I mean, at this point, he's so far ahead on board, he doesn't expect... Like, there's only one target in DK's deck for the big game Hunter, which is Dr. Boom. He's hopefully actually to end the game by then. Like, to put DK in a position that by turn 7, if he were to play Dr. Boom, he'd just be dead. So, the big game Hunter is irrelevant, but... like, not using his effect would have been irrelevant. I actually would like to see him play it. Just because it puts him more damage on the board. But this plays more around Explosive Trap, which is something he could easily be worried about. The only play here for the Hunter is Savannah Hymen, which is, I'm pretty sure that's lethal with power overwhelming for the Zoo Lock. So this, unless he were to kill command the Sea Giant, this is lethal. Okay, so yeah, he's just gonna empower his Void Terror here. This is gonna be Desperation Flare here. Yep, okay. The series is over. Conrad wins 3-2. Congratulations to Conrad. Okay, we're thank you guys for watching. We're gonna try to set up the next series. Sorry, the last one took a bit. We gave players a little break. So stay tuned for the next series. Thanks.
elements will destroy. I can't do that.
Well played.
You win this one.
Uther versus Malfurion. I must protect the wild.
I will fight with honor. Well met. My greetings. Get in there and fight, maggot!
Hey guys, welcome back. Sorry, it's been a 1-minute show now. So just bear with me through a lot of this stuff. Okay, it looks like K-Fractor is playing a more aggressive Paladin. I actually saw the Blessing of Might in his hand, so this might not even be Secret Paladin. I didn't really get a chance to get a good glimpse. But being able to deal with that Darnassus Assassin is really solid, and he seems to have a really good curve following up. But this swipe out of the Druid player is so good.
Well played.
I'm surprised he didn't trade the Shade in. Actually, no, he's got the Light Justice. My bad. That's why I didn't trade the Shade in to the mini bot there. Probably a Keeper of the Grove and the Juggler here. I would trade the Shade in, but it's perfectly reasonable to not do it. Okay, but is he going to clear the Keeper of the Grove? If he hits face here, it tells us definitely this is a more aggressive face Paladin rather than a Secret Paladin. But he's trying to clear the board, which doesn't exclude that it's face Paladin. But it's potentially face Paladin. Now, he's probably deciding whether or not he wants to hit the Shredder here, and the answer is probably, maybe it's, yeah. Oh no, it was the Druid's turn, my bad. But yeah, you definitely want to owl the Shredder here. And King Mukla, this is definitely a face Paladin. And I wonder if this hints that he probably has a ton of charge cards in his deck if he's not playing the Mukla here and going for more tempo based play. I'm really surprised he didn't kill the Shredder, but if he knows he has the damage in his deck to finish this off within 1 to 2 turns, then this is a personally reasonable line to play. Okay, this is a bug, guys, or is he still deciding? Okay, no. There used to be a bug where Wrath and Choose Effects used to just lock the screen on them, but I'm pretty sure they fixed that. So, but when it just stayed like that, I was curious if it was still bugged out. I like going face here. You have Savage Roar in hand, but that's. I think that those trades were gonna happen anyways. So I really would like to see the Shredder go face there, but this is pretty reasonable. I really like Divine Favor here first because he wants to see what options he has. And is that lethal 6? That's 4, 6. That's lethal. No, he's 1 mana off lethal. Okay. So basically he wants to set up lethal and reduce his effect of dying as much as possible. So I may have gone with the Argent Horse Rider instead and the Abusive Sergeant, but because I think that just puts more power on the board, and I mean the result is the same. It's either he has a taunt or not, or like a way to heal himself, or you have lethal, or he can just kill you. For the Druid player, the Druid player did not have lethal, so he needs to just try to clear the board as much as possible and hope that the Paladin doesn't have damage. But he only needs 1 damage, so it's highly unlikely for him to not have it. And this is definitely a way favored matchup usually for the aggressive Paladin. So this makes K-Fractor up 1-0. And oh yeah, sorry guys, I actually didn't even get to announce the classes for these two. Conrad has Paladin, Warlock, and Druid, and K-Fractor has Hunter and Priest and the Paladin we just saw. So the Paladin is gone, and he interestingly enough bought Priest, the only player to do so. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of priest. It's probably more likely a dragon priest, but you never know. Control priest is perfect. It's also possible as well. Or even Inner Fire Divine Spirit priest. Okay, so it's a dragon priest. Massive spell. Interesting. This is a very draw dependent matchup for both players. Thoughtsteal in this is a more control-oriented dragon priest, and the hand out of Conrad is pretty fantastic if he draws into Ancient War. He has got a lot of ramp in his hand, but he doesn't have much action to go with it. And that was an excellent draw. Probably the best draw in K-Fractor's deck. Conrad's probably just going to Wild Growth here. You could also go for the Emperor Tharset. That's actually way better. No, sorry, my bad. You're 1 mana off, so you just have the Wild Growth here. Which is really good for the Priest here, because usually if the Druid gets an Innervate start, it's really hard to have the time to play a card like Thoughtsteal, which is really good versus Druid, because as you can see, they just play really efficient like minions, and so you draw efficient minions from it to fight against their efficient minions. And as you can see, you got Dr. Boom and Shredder. Like, how good is that? Like, and he's fighting the Twilight the Twilight Vanquisher here to protect his 2/5 from getting killed by the Emperor over the Shredder. For the Druid player, I really love playing Belcher over Druid of the Claw as a taunt, because that gives you the opportunity to play Druid of the Claw as a charge later, when Belcher's always going to be a taunt. It's actually even a better taunt. So playing the Belcher here is definitely, I think, a little bit better. And this way he protects his Emperor Thracian, except if the priest draws that. This is going to be a really strong play. The spell power swipe is such a powerful AoE, especially with spell power. Now Light Bomb clears the board here, but could you potentially later get more value out of Light Bomb? And if you don't Light Bomb here, what are your potential plays later? Okay, he's just gonna Light Bomb. I like this a lot. It allows him to play Cabal Shadow Priest next turn on the 1/2 slime, and also play his 1-mana minion. Sorry, getting a little tired, guys. Interesting. Okay, that's a very, very questionable play. If I were in the priest position, I'd be way more concerned with potentially dying to something like Force of Nature, Savage Roar, especially with him having already played Emperor. It's very easy for the priest to die here. Priest is a very dire position right now. This is probably the best line of play. It not only removes a minion, it gives you an additional minion while developing a reasonable board yourself. But that Savage Roar just sealed out the game. There's no way this isn't lethal. So this brings the series back to 1-1. It's basically a best of 3 at this point. And what's left for Conrad is Warrior and Paladin, and a Warlock and Paladin, and for K-Fractor is Hunter and Priest. Looking at this, I would definitely say Conrad is at an advantage. The Warrior, I'm sorry, I keep thinking that's Warrior, but no, if that's Face Hunter, I think K-Fractor is slightly advantaged, but if that's a more mid-range Hunter, Conrad's probably advantaged. It seems to be a very slow, control-ish Dragon Priest deck, and I'm worried that it's almost too slow to fight against Secret Paladin, but let's see. Usually Dragon Priest is a bit more faster, a bit more lower curved, and it can get on the board a lot faster, that's what you want to do with Secret Paladin. You want to get on the board first, and you want to make it, you want to start disrupting their play before they can get setups like this, where they have a Knife Juggler under a Secret, which can potentially be very, very bad. A Secret is Avenge, which is not as bad, but if that was Noble Sacrifice, it could be catastrophic. Velen Chosen is one of the best cards versus Secret Paladin, because it lets you get really efficient trades off, and then later with Northshire Cleric, heal it back up and get card draw. But in this situation, it really didn't perform as well because he didn't get the board as fast enough. Very surprised we don't see Coin Mysterious Challenger. Just such a strong play. Mysterious Challenger gets exponentially better when you already have a board, because one of the weaknesses of Mysterious Challenger is when the Avenge that it gets pulls out your deck hits the Mysterious Challenger, and then it's weak to things like Shadow, like Big Game Hunter. But if those can always hit, like if those can hit another minion, then it spreads out the damage and makes it harder for this stuff to be removed. Second Mysterious Challenger, yeah, that's probably the play. This is an incredibly powerful draw from the Secret Paladin. He's got Boom into Tyrion. If it weren't for Light Bomb, I would say this game is over, but Light Bomb is very effective versus Secret Paladin. Now, I think that was a little bit too early, but I'm sitting here from caster's perspective, and I know he has Boom and Tyrion, and he may feel that if his opponent has Boom and Tyrion, he already loses. So. The noble sacrifice preventing a very efficient trade happening. I'd be surprised if we don't see Tyrion here. It's just such a strong card to play on curve, especially after already seeing a Shadow Word Death. And it protects your Dr. Boom. Okay, so he's going to trade the Dr. Boom, which is a perfectly reasonable play. I probably would have just hit the face at this point after seeing Light Bomb. Okay. This is also a way to go about it. And that is a fantastic, and actually not so much, draw. He's not going to win this game in any short time, so he's trying to get maximum value, I guess. But that Tyrion really locks up the game. It's going to kill this Twilight Vanquisher for free, and even if he manages to kill that 6/6, turns spawn to 5/3 Ashbringer for the Paladin player when it dies. And I apologize if I'm not casting as much, guys. I'm getting a little tired here. This game's pretty much over. Okay, so the Paladin and the Druid have one for Conrad, which means all he has left is Warlock. Now, if this is a Face Hunter, this is still, in my opinion, favored for the K-Fractor. But But if this is a more mid-range hunter, which based on the decks we've already seen, I would expect it to be a more mid-range hunter deck. It's definitely in favor of Conrad here. I am surprised by that. I definitely would have preferred the Wormrest agent there, since it just trades favorably with the Flame Imp. But we'll see how this works out. We're definitely gonna see a Bones chosen here and probably kill the Imp Gang boss. Face is also an option, but I think killing the Imp Gang boss is just better here. If he rolls a 4 on this implosion, which he's probably gonna have to do, he can kill this Wormrest agent, which would be a huge swing if he could just kill this one off. But he doesn't have any board clear here. Interested to see if he values keeping his minion alive or trying to get Thought's out of the way. I would probably try to keep my minion alive. Thought's usually isn't that efficient versus Zoo because they just have weenie little minions that it's not going to gain you much value for the mana you're paying for it. It's usually in this matchup card you ideally want to play later when you're running out of cards and you have nothing else to play. So I definitely like valuing the hero power and hitting the face. It basically denies 2 cards. For the Zoo, implosion again is interesting. I would like to, okay. He's basically just saying if you have Holy Nova, congrats, bro. But as you can see, the Priest does not have Holy Nova, so this is a really strong risky play, which I love to see. Yeah, this is a Desperation Thought Steal into Shadow or Pain. But a lot of damage is about to come in for the Zoo here, and unrelenting pressure, which is what the Zoo is good at. Just the efficiency of that Warlock hero power. Now the play is probably Cabal Shadow Priest here, but which is he steal? The Nerubian Egg or the Haunted Creeper? Okay, the Nerubian Egg, which is probably the better choice, especially with Power Overwhelming from that Not Seal and a Defender of Argus. This is a risky play because this can pop the Nerubian Egg here for the Priest. But thankfully, Conrad was lucky here. And he's getting. I like this pushing his luck because it's just such a strong play to spawn a 3-mana 5/5. A very nice use of Master Spell here. I'm not sure if there's a better play. Oh, that's the best drop for Zoo. It's so good. Doom are so good when you don't have to discard cards to play it. And that Abusive Sergeant Also, good job. You're probably gonna have to see the Defender of Argus and the Dark Cultist here, but I don't think that saves him. So I think we're moving on to the next game. And this priest is turning to be the bane of K-Fractor. In the series, he has lost all 3 games on his priest. So that is a 3-1 for Conrad. Congratulations to Conrad. I don't know if any other games are going on. I'm going to take a break, but let's see if I can get us into another game so you guys can at least watch while I'm taking a quick break. I will be right back, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I'm just going to give my throat a breather. By the way, this is Innovation at the top as the Warrior versus DK as the Freeze Mage.
The end is coming!
We hunger for vengeance.
protect the one.
You asked for it.
My greetings.
Hello.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
Wonderful. I must safeguard the land.
Okay, what is up? Yeah, what is up, guys? I am back, and I'm just gonna cast the rest of this series. I have no idea where they are in the series, but I don't want to interrupt them. This is Freeze Mage versus Druid, which is some people believe it's not as bad, but I think it's incredibly favored for the Druid player, like incredibly favored. Just the amount of pressure the Druid is about to put on the Freeze Mage is insane. The Freeze Mage needs to draw very, very well, which I can see that it has here. It has a lot of board clear, it has Alexstrasza, Antonitis, Burn. It has a lot of the tools that it needs to close out this game, except for mostly Ice Block, because usually you need to, as the Freeze Mage, you need to allow the, you need, like, not allow, but in order to do the burst, you need to give the Druid a chance to kill you, to pop your block with Force of Nature Savageur. I'd be very surprised to see Ancient Lore here. You really need to save that at this point for Alexstrasza to potentially heal yourself. You have the big game hunter, you're not really searching for anything, you have all these cards. So as much as you want to play on curve, you really can't here. Druid of the Claw and Taunt is a really solid play. It's out of Flame Strike range. But he decides to go with the Ancient Lore anyways, which, I mean, it's not a bad play, but could be, but I think he really should have saved that for the heal. I know he doesn't know that his opponent has Alexstrasza in hand, but right now he hasn't really been putting on the pressure. So his opponent now has time to draw Alexstrasza and get him that low. So he needs to start playing around it. When you're very aggressive versus the druid versus the freeze mage, and you basically got the board and they're very low HP, you can start just ignoring the Albatross as a card, because if they were to play it, they would just die. Because it takes a freeze mage usually 2 turns to kill you after they play Albatross. Oh no. My bad. My cursor was over it. I like developing the shade as early as possible. I also think he really needs to play this in taunt. He can't afford this he can't afford to make himself more vulnerable to a flame strike, which he did.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. I took Dr. Pepper. You realize colorblind doesn't mean you can't read. I'll take that too. I'll take both.
I'd be surprised if we don't see Flame Strike Loot Hoarder here. He doesn't necessarily have the burn in hand yet to Albatross him. So he wants to just mostly mitigate damage and try to find all the tools he needs and then Albatross.
I'm already taking enough experience. No, you owe me for the milk after. That milk? That's here. Alright. It is. I'll agree with that. Thank you. It's okay, just wait till I rage. You'll hear me clearly.
Okay, I will.
I hope it's that's a teen environment. Is that word allowed?
I don't know what it is, but as
Are you
you
telling me to be quiet?
kinda. But okay, that's one of our residents here at the cave, Nicole. Constantly play League of Legends. I don't know if you guys could hear her, but if you could, that was Nicole, one of our residents here. Okay, so the druid here should. After already seeing one flame strike, I usually assume freeze mages don't play 2. They don't have necessarily the room in their board. So I would like to see Druid of the card in charge there, but I'm really questioning why he didn't play another card there. He hasn't seen a Doomsayer, I guess, but he has a Keeper of the Grove, so it's a bit questionable what he's done the play here. Yo, Conrad, you're on stream. Okay. For the druid here, I would really like to see the Azure Drake and the Druid of the Claw taunt this time to. No, I think charges may be slightly better because he can already ping down a usually you want to say Loatheb for after you pop the block, because then it makes your ice block cost 8 mana, and it basically makes your entire turn reapplying the ice block, which is really hard for the freeze mage to deal with. So I think playing Loatheb was definitely a slight misplay there. For the freeze mage, here I would That's definitely the card you play. Emperor. I mean, you can also go for Acolyte Ping, try to look for more answers, but the Emperor here, making the Ice Lances cost 0, is so strong. And you can even play the Acolyte, it doesn't matter that it only draws 1 card. You just basically want to draw as much as possible here. And, like, you don't have much time left. As the freeze mage, you need to start getting on with killing him, so trying to get maximum value out of the Acolyte is probably not the wisest move. That Doomsayer draw well, it's not very critical because of the Keeper of the Grove in hand, which Innovation has been very patient with here. The Antonidas Frost Nova play I really see being solid. And then you can Frostbolt, double Ice Lance. Yeah, okay, this sets up Police Full, has the Ice Block. This is definitely the play. And I'm really trying to see a way that the Druid gets out of this, and there isn't. DK may be on his way to victory for this game and potentially the series. I don't know how far they are in this series. I know DK would have has his Hunter and his Paladin, but I'm curious which decks he's won with at this point. It looks like the series is over, guys. DK has won, so we have one last round. It's going to be K-Fractor versus Dementio on stream. And if there are potentially any tiebreakers after that, we will have a best of 5 tiebreaker. But I sincerely don't think that's going to happen. But we'll see. Thanks for tuning in, and get ready for the next game. Hello everyone, we are back with our final game of K-Factor versus Dementio. Now I believe it is possible that Conrad or potentially even K-Factor can still win this over Dementio despite him having a huge lead in the scores, being at 5-0. It will require Dementio probably going 0-3 versus K-Factor here. But let's get into the game here, and let's see what's going on. Okay, it seems like Secret Paladin versus Aggro Paladin. This is, I would say, slightly in favor of the Aggro Paladin, but I mean of the Secret Paladin. But the draw from the Aggro Paladin here is really strong. Dementio is really gonna have to make sure to kill that juggler this turn, and so potentially he can get very poor jugglers in this. Oh, that was the right attack, because basically what it did was it gave him maximum amount of targets for the juggles to hit rather than hitting the face. If you just run the creeper into the 2-1, what it does is it makes it a 50-50 that each juggle were to hit a minion, rather than a 2 out of 3 chance that each juggle or that at least one of the juggles were to hit a minion. So it's better in his odds that he were to attack into the knife juggler. I like this. You get maximizing his hero power value and the juggler potential over just playing a shredder, which at the gut reaction is an obvious play, but this is definitely probably stronger. Yep, you probably Coghammer hero power here. Make sure Coghammer first so it doesn't accidentally hit the hero power. Coghammer is a weapon which Battlecry adds Divine Shield and Taunt to a random minion on your side of the board. So it's important that before you play minions, you try to put it usually on the minion you want to, on one of your minions already in place. You can get instant value of that Divine Shield, or just so you can try to target on a minion that would benefit from the Divine Shield more. Dementio here has the turn 6 challenger, so he's at a pretty strong position, and he even has Dr. Boom. So this seems to be really in favor right now of Dementio. And that was a very technical play by Dementio there, hitting the 1-1 because he figures the owl is going to run into the noble sacrifice, and that way he takes 1 less damage. Now, if K-Factor were actually hit with this weapon, it would have been misplayed by Dementio, but he may be trying to remove the challenger here as the Paladin. Yep, and then he's going to coin Divine Favor, draw as many cards as possible, and then I would personally just go for the face. I don't see myself winning any other way. Yeah, just kill the 2-1, hit the face. Just killing the challenger is a losing play. There's a difference between surviving and winning. Killing the challenger is you're just trying to survive, not actually win. But going for the face, it gives you, even though it's a tiny chance, some chance of winning. So the Dementio's Paladin is done, so I believe that leaves him with a Zoolock And I know K Factor still has a paladin, a priest, and a hunter left. Actually, no, this is very correct. My bad. I was about to say, because you're drawing a 1-drop, it gives you a play for next turn, so coining this out is fine, despite him not having another 2-drop to play. I'd be surprised that he doesn't play the Flame Imp. Dementro doesn't take the Flame Imp. He really needs that additional minion over the Power Overwhelming. And the South Sea Deckhand doesn't do anything, really, since he doesn't play any weapons in a Warlock. Now, I'm wondering if he's going to play the Reliquary Seeker here. Okay, he isn't. I was tempted to play it there. Maybe not in a muster for battle, but just trying to gain board presence against the Secret Powie, I think, is what you need to do. Because you really don't have any board clear. Your board clear as a Zulok is your minions trading. So if the Secret Powie gets a hit on board like this, it's usually pretty hard to come back. But then again, this actually is an aggro paladin, but it's still basically the same concept. And now he's just sitting with his Reliquary Keeper in hand, and with no hope of probably even playing it as a 5/5. So I think in that situation, it was correct to play it as a 1/1, despite its low value, just for mana reasons. But King Mukla is an insane card when your opponent doesn't have a board, because they have no immediate way to use the bananas. And it basically, like, your opponent can't play the banana. But bananas when, I mean, they can, but, like, it's bad to play them when they're not immediately gaining you value, because you're just putting mana into something that doesn't affect the current board state. So that's why King Mukla is so good when your opponent doesn't have a board, because you're paying 3 mana for 5/5 with basically no downside to it. This match needs to be a stomp. Menchi has all these incredibly situational cards, and he has to now play these Reliquaries as 1/1s just to stay alive with the Defender of Argus. But Consecrate is going to easily clean this up. And is that? Yeah, that's lethal. So that was a quick game 2. The score is now 1-1. So Hunter, mid-range Hunter, the Webster tells me this is a mid-range Hunter, and versus a more mid-range Druid by Dementio. I'm very surprised. I honestly would have kept the swipe. Okay, but he gets it anyways. I usually like to keep swipe versus Hunters because it's so powerful versus but Dementio has a pretty good hand here. I'm surprised by the not Wild Growth, because next turn he'd be able to Hero Power and Wrath next turn if he needs to. So the no Wild Growth to me is questionable. That Mad Scientist draw is probably the best draw in the mid-range Hunter deck. Mad Scientist is such a powerful card. It pulls a secret out of your own deck. And so not only does this draw and play a card, it makes it so you don't have to actually physically draw and play the card later. It just incredibly powerful, and it thins your deck so you can draw something like Savannah Highmane more often, which is the crux of this mid-range hunter. Now we're probably going to see Druid Claw innervate Wrath here. Or, actually that's no better. So Wrath for 2, get the extra card draw. He's got Ancient War. Pretty good position actually for the Druid here. Probably see you need to kill that Drake and remove that spell power. Spell power swipe is just so threatening. Based on the Hunter's hand, I may have gone with the Elec, the coin Elec there. Just to develop a slightly stronger board. And the playing the Shade here is really good because he gets his Freezing Trap something smaller. And then like an Ancient of War, which he would, if he were to play that, then he would be forced to just sit on it until he played the smaller minion later to run into the Freezing Trap, because otherwise it would go back to his hand for 9 mana. Now the King's Elec there is an interesting card. It reveals a minion, Joust, the new Joust mechanic. Reveals a minion in each deck, and then if yours is higher, then you get that card in your hand. And the theory behind this is that if you get Savannah Highmane, it's a high cost card, you're likely to draw it from Elec if it gets Joust. And as I mentioned before earlier, you want Savannah Highmane. It is the core of this deck, is to just curve into Savannah Highmane. Now this is an interesting interaction. The fact that the Treant got Freezing Trapped means that you can now use it again to proc the other Freezing Trap. And this is very good value for the Druid. But I potentially think that he should have waited on that until a later turn and denied the bow charge as long as possible. Because when you have Eagle Horn Bow, it gains a charge every time a trap is triggered. So if you were to, like, just say play the Ancient of War there and then just sit on it and force him to potentially use the Eagle Horn Bow to move the Ancient of War and then use your Treant later to proc the trap, like, you may have denied a bow charge, basically. But the play he did was fun. The Druid seems a significant advantage, but as we just see the Savannah Highmane being drawn, it looks like he wants to protect his Leok over playing the Highmane, which is fine, especially with that Unleash the Hounds in hand. Unleash and Leok are such a potent combo. Just drawing for 2, developing the Shade, pretty solid plays here. He's got the potential double combo in hand. If you thought single combo was bad, imagine Force of Nature, Savage Roar, Innervate Savage Roar, which is 22 damage from hand. So if you draw the Innervate, this game may just be over. But you may in fact need to use Force of Nature to clear here. As a hunter here, I like doing this, limiting the number of minions on board, developing the Highmane, because the more minions on board, the more powerful combo potentially is. Is that lethal? Yeah, that's lethal. Okay. With the Living Roots. The Mentio is now 2-0 over K-Factor. These games just being by so fast, I barely have time to explain the plays. So this leaves Dementio with his final deck, and then it leaves K-Fractor with his Priest and his Hunter again. Oh no. Dementio still has his Zoo, my bad. Actually, yeah, this is his final deck. Did he keep that big game hunter? That's an interesting keep. Not, but both players seem to have a pretty good start here. Webspitter and the Scientist is the dream start, and Zombie Chow and the Peddler is the dream start. So, but it seems like the Zoo has better follow-ups here. That instant pick Void Caller. It's a protected Zombie Chow. This way he can run his Zombie Chow into the freezing trap potentially. The Hunter here is pretty much forced to play Unleash, which, despite the kind of bad value compared to what it can get later, it does almost clear the board. Again, saving the Reliquary. Especially when you're running two like Dementio is, I think it's sometimes okay to just play it as a 1/1. Especially when you need minions on the board, like for CGI. Seems like both players are going to curve out pretty well with the Elec and with the either Panther Quickshot, Elec Quickshot, or Panther Elec. Now, when Joust happens, when it ties, the Joust doesn't actually occur, which is, I think, pretty good. That way, Joust isn't technically favored to happen if both players are to work. If both players are playing a somewhat equal deck. Capology, the top is K-Fractor and the bottom is Dementio. As you guys can probably hear, some stuff happened in the background. I have no idea what. But Leok actually hurting him here, right, giving him a big game hunter target. And this is potentially disastrous. I actually wouldn't have minded to see the Soulfire there to protect the big game hunter. There's a potential for him to get the Roar out as a 5/5 here. Plays other two. No, he's 1 mana off. That. But I think we're just gonna see the Haunted Creeper and the Imp Gang Boss here. Trading the boom that's a safe play to do. He's already in a huge board lead. He doesn't need to take risks and go for the face. He's got this game in an advantage position. Just play safe. Oh, that 3 hit. 1 off. This is looking pretty dire for the Hunter player. He's running out of cards, and Dimencio is just getting more and more. Being able to play that 5/5, put significant pressure on the board. Now is he gonna play the ooze? Okay, no, he's gonna save it for the value. Okay. Dimencio, very, very, very value-oriented plays here, rather than tempo-oriented. I'm surprised he's going for the... Okay, no, he's going for the Soulfire. In other players to just go for the Implosion. Like, just trade a few minions, go for the Implosion. Save the Soulfire for damage to the face next turn. But, Dimencio has 7, 9... He's 1 off lethal? Oh my god, that could be a disastrous mistake for Dimencio. He's 1 off lethal, and he has no way to play any cards. That is lethal for the Hunter player. That small misplay over using the Soulfire to clear the low feb instead of the Implosion is going to cost him the game. Small things matter. And K-Fractor is back into the series. I'm pretty sure it's 2-2 at this point. Zoo versus Priest. Okay, this is a very draw-oriented matchup for the Priest. Zoo is usually pretty consistent with their game plan, but the Priest has a lot of high-end cards and a lot of low-end cards. So, like, when I mean high curve and low curve, like they have heavy control cards and heavy anti-aggro cards in his deck. So it depends on what side of the deck does he draw, how good this matchup is for the Zoo. And as we can see in the Priest's hand, he's got a pretty good setup to combat this Priest player. I mean, this Zoo player. Using Shadow Word Pain there for tempo reasons, even though it's not the best value, because you're effectively you're intentionally going 1 for 2, because the Dark Peddler drew him a card. Now this Implosion, if it hits for 2, is disastrous. That Power Overwhelming gives him the opportunity to play risk-free, which is really good. I definitely think this is the better play. And develop the 4/4. And this sets up for a very strong Argus next turn. And the Priest here is stuck with a Twilight Vanquisher without another dragon in hand. This is not very good, and Shadow Word Pain really isn't an option because you're just giving more power on the board. You may just have to play the Twilight Vanquisher as a 2/6 without taunt here. But this is actually, and no dragon in hand, he can't even use his Blackwing Corruptor next turn to finish off the Nerubian here. But Holy Nova actually saves him. I was surprised he didn't go for the Argus. I definitely like this over playing the Argus. put better Argus targets on the board and then get more value out of it later, even though it is more mana efficient to play the Argus. Showered Pain, such a potent answer versus Imp King Boss, because it doesn't deal damage to Imp King Boss when no imps get spawned. This is looking very dire though for the Zoo player. But he's getting some gas with Lothar in hand. But that zombie chow, healing the priest later on can be pretty disastrous. I'm surprised he didn't save the Blackwing Corruptor and go for Vol'jin Smite. At least get value out of the Vol'jin there. I guess he wants to try to save Vol'jin for something bigger. Because he hasn't seen a Sea Giant yet. Argus with the Ooze. The Ooze copies itself, and so basically any effect you play on it on the turn it's summoned gets doubled. It's such a good combination. Magus, such a good draw there. It doesn't exactly immediately affect the board, but it's a huge body that you can use to trade. But the Zoo seems to be pulling it back here. Destroying a lot of gas with the Sea Giant, the Lothab, the Reliquary. 1 mana 5/5 is pretty darn good. I am surprised he is going for this line of play. I would have just gone for the face as the Zoolock. You've got Lothab in hand. If he doesn't have Light Bomb, you probably could have shut out the game next turn. But we'll see how this works out. I honestly really like to see the Lothab play and just go for the face of the Sea Giant. I really disagree with trading here. He needs to start pushing damage. He's running out of these high impact cards in his deck. This here, and the priest has plenty more to go. Like double Azure Drake, so good. Like, and he can't keep trading into this, and it's just gonna get worse and worse as the game goes on. This is another mistake that Dementio is making. Dr. Boom, probably the best draw in his deck. And that Twilight Web was a very good draw. It gives him a Valen's chosen target this turn, and allows him the Shadow Word Death. I fear that he would have to potentially just play Ysera and take a ton of damage. But the priest is actually looking in a dire position. Just keep drawing these heavy gas cards, like Reliquary of Souls, Lothab, Sea Giant, Dr. Boom, back to back to back. He isn't. Dementio really hasn't drawn dead yet. He hasn't really drawn any low impact cards, and this may be the beginning of the end for K-Factor. I think if Paul wins, yeah, I'm pretty sure if Paul wins this series, he wins the tournament. So, this is basically the finals. And that is lethal. Exactly lethal. Congratulations to Dementio. In a minute, we will pull him on stream for an interview. So stay tuned, guys. Thanks for watching. What is up, guys? We are back here with the winner, Dementio. And I'd like to ask you a few questions. First, how did you prepare for this, if you prepared at all for this tournament?
Well, I had gone to a Fireside gathering a few weeks ago and had done pretty well there. I got like third or something. And so I brought most of the decks. I brought my zoo, which I had brought to the previous tournament. And since the format was with no ban, no one can ban Secret Paladin, so I brought that too. And Druid was kind of just my third choice.
Okay. And in that final game, the Priest versus the Warlock, there was a moment when I particularly felt that you should have gone face. And because you had the Loatheb in hand, and I mean, from Casper's I saw you didn't have Light Bomb. But was that your major fear, was Light Bomb?
Yeah, I was really scared of Light Bomb and a second Holy Nova, because since I was playing Zoo, I had a bunch of like low health minions, and I was kind of scared of that.
Okay. And then, finally, what do you plan on doing with this money?
That's a good question. Coming back and playing more tournaments, hopefully.
Awesome. This has been the first Hearthstone tournament at the Cave. We plan on holding these weekly. Please come down, have some fun, get on stream. Here's your money, Paul.
Thank you.
Thanks everybody for watching. This has actually been an awesome first event, and I can't wait for future to come. I'm sorry that we only had a solo caster this time. Next time we'll definitely have a duo cast. I've had quite a few people be interested in casting with me next time, and see you guys next week. Thank you. Congrats, Dementio.
Thank you. Thanks for casting.
No problem.